All right. What up, chat? Hi, Seth. Hi, Mew. You want me to bring cookies? Cookies to the stream? I don't got any cookies. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interests. Perhaps it's fate that today we will once again be fighting for our cookies, not from lack thereof or persecution, but from withholding baked goods. Cookies and make it probably dope as hell. They're okay. They're pretty alright. I can be honest, because they'll never find my Twitch channel. The whole Independence Day speech. Alright. Alright, what's good, fam? So I'm gonna be playing some modded Skyrim today. I have downloaded a bunch of mods, and I'm pretty sure after much testing that I've got kind of what I want for the playthrough. And everything's stable, and everything's like properly merged and all that stuff, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. Let's see. Oh wait, this isn't what I wanted. Okay. So you got done working early? Oh yeah. It's gonna be forever. It's gonna go down in flames. You mean my playthrough? I mean, that's probably true. If it ends up crashing for whatever reason, then I'm gonna be kind of fucked. But I don't think it will. I've done an incredible amount of testing and stuff. Yeah, my mods. I think we're gonna be okay. We'll play until we crash. Skyrim is known for that. Although I will say that my shit seems pretty stable. I like went extra hard on making sure everything was compatible and making any changes that I needed to. Let's see. How come a private window still has my browser history? I thought it's like a big deal or anything, but I think it's kind of weird, right? Isn't the whole point of having like a private window to not have your stuff on blast? Well, anyway. Retreat Swifties. The Swifties are here. Doofus and Hannah, you just saw? Yeah, I got a lot of RP picks. There was an issue with so the default plugin for OBS to do like to do the image slideshow is like severely limited. You can only have like a certain number of photos basically. So like all my screenshots were not loading in. So I got like a special plugin for that. And now like everything is displaying. Okay. Browser. No, let's do. There we go. We'll turn the tunes up a little bit. All right. So I'm gonna be doing a modded Skyrim run. The basis of the mod is gonna be Skyrim Unbound, which is an alternate start mod. So basically, we won't be starting crossing the border and getting caught crossing the border, and the whole Helgen opening and all that. We're gonna forego all of that. The main quest is basically not going to be an option until we like specifically seek it out. If we want to seek it out. With Skyrim Unbound, I have the option of not even playing as the Dragonborn if I would rather do that. So I can literally just play how I want, essentially. So that's going to be like the primary mod for this playthrough. We also have a couple other things. So it's going to be like very class-based. So I've got two mods. I've got Set of Skills and I've got Ordinator. And Sets of Skills gives you like a class job system. And Ordinator is like a perk overhaul. So with these two mods, I'm going to like essentially build a particular class that I want to play throughout the playthrough. So what I need to do, and what I'm planning to do right now, and this might take a little bit, but we're going to kind of go through all of our options here and figure out exactly what kind of character we want to make before we actually get in the game. Once we get in the game, then we can set up like all of our equipment and everything and get going. But yeah, that's why I'm calling it a session 0. So let's take a look. So Sets of Skills is interesting. It has like a class system or like a job system, kind of like Final Fantasy Tactics or that sort of thing. So we start off being able to pick just these basic classes. So either a commoner, a warrior, a thief, a mage, or a priest, I believe. These are like the base classes, and then once we level up these classes, we'll get access to various other classes that we can take, and they all do all kinds of different things. So I was thinking, and you can multi-class. So basically, when you master any one of these classes, you'll get all of their perks, and you don't have to run the class anymore to have access to the perks. There's some special perks that you can only have when you have the job equipped, but for the most part, you can just like multi-class freely. So what do I want to do? I think I definitely want to do something combat focused, like melee combat focused. I don't want to do anything where the focus is sneak and ranged. I think sneak and ranged is incredibly boring. I like to be like kind of in your face with the combat. So we could do something off of the warrior tree. Another thing we could do is we could if we do warrior, we can combine it with either thief or mage and get the special combined classes. So if we did warrior and thief, we would get rogue. If we did warrior and mage, we would get spellblade. Spellblade might be interesting. I kind of want to do something that is that's like a fighter that also maybe does like some supplemental magic. I was also looking at paladin. Paladin's interesting because it's a warrior class with priest, so it's it's like restoration heavy, and obviously melee combat. So that could be interesting too. So let's take a look. I have this overview here. So if we were to do Spellblade, the Spellblade, and we'll increase the font on this for here. So spells are 2% more powerful per class level if the target is an enemy in melee range. Okay. And spell level, class level goes up to 10. So at max level, you would have 20% more spell power against enemies in melee range. Then on level 5, shortly after casting a spell, your melee attacks deal 20% more damage. Okay. And then level 10 on max level, while you have a weapon draw and your spells are 25% stronger. So this is kind of like the kind of thing that I'm thinking about, like, because it would be cool to maybe have like a quick weapon. I mean, you could do like a sword, but maybe even do like a dagger build or something. I also added additional weapons. So there's stuff like immersive weapons. So there's like stuff like scythes and stuff like that that we could potentially use as well. Hang on. Let's see here. Immersive weapons. Let's see. Okay, so scythe, halberd. These are like battle axes. There's a tanto in daggers. And the katana, they have a wakizashi. We could do a fucking weeb-ass build as well. Battle staff, quarterstaff. If I were to do a paladin, I would definitely do a mace. I feel like you gotta. All right, so that's Spellblade. So obviously that's really interesting if we do the melee combat thing. Alternatively, what does Battle Mage do? Spells from Destruction and Restoration Schools are 2% stronger per class level. Level 5, while you have a shield or healing spell active, casting other spells costs 25% less. And then level 10, once every 6 hours, if you run out of magicka, you instantly recover all magicka. Yeah, this definitely like conflicts with Spellblade, because Spellblade, you want to be able to melee attack. Although you could say have a shield in your offhand, and then a destruction spell in your main hand. It would cost 25% less, and it would be 20% stronger. You could do some damage with that, and then you could switch your main hand back to a melee weapon. Oh, it would be 20% more. I wonder if these stack. Because if you use a destruction spell while they're in melee range, would that just be 40% more damage? So you could cast a spell for a bit and then swap to a melee weapon in your main hand. And keep in mind you would still have a shield up, so you can still protect yourself while you're casting your spells. And then when you switch to your melee weapon, you would have 20% more damage on your melee weapon. This is the only thing though, is that I guess it would make you more versatile, because then you could drop the shield and use a destruction spell in your offhand, and then you would have spells 25% stronger. So they kind of mix. So that might be okay if we were to do like multi-classing. And I can switch these things up at any time. It's not like I'm stuck to any particular build. The only thing that I need to be mindful of is what race I pick, because obviously my race is going to be set in stone. So I don't think Spellblade doesn't go anywhere, does it? No, Nightblade has like a bunch of advancements, but Spellblade does not. Okay. Then Battle Mage. If I went Battle Mage, we could go Elementalist or Healer. I'm assuming Healer we wouldn't want to do for what we're doing here. Healing spells stronger, restoration spells. With Ordinator, there are some changes, I think, to restoration that give us some like damaging spells. Yeah, like False Light, when you cast targeted healing spells, it inflicts damage equal to 75% of the healing amount on enemies. Man, there's so many things here we need to be mindful of too. I don't know how I've really never played vanilla Skyrim at all. I've only really ever played it modded, so I don't know very much about like what the base perks are normally for these things. Elementalist, let's see. So choose a primary element. Primary element spells do 2% more damage per class level. Level 5, you choose a secondary element, and secondary element spells do 1% more damage per class level. Okay. Level 10, primary spell costs 25% less to cast. Level 15 grants the ability to once per day turn into your primary element for 60 seconds. Once per day, turn into your primary element. Okay. I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds kind of cool. A couple other things to keep in mind too is I've changed how level up works. So sets of skills, these classes, they level up while you have them equipped for each player level that you increase. But player levels will not increase like they normally do. The way I have it set up is that your skills, using your skills will level up your skills, but leveling up your skills does not affect your player level, your overall player level. Your overall player level increases when you do things like discovering points of interest, killing enemies, and things like that. And because of that, I have the perk system is slightly adjusted too. The way you gain perks is a bit different. It's based off of leveling up your skills. So and something to keep in mind is that as we discover things, it will be kind of get harder and harder to level up, basically. But we have ways of supplementing that. We have like a lot of side quest mods and stuff like that. So it's basically we're just gonna be doing like a ton of questing, just running around doing fulfilling quests and stuff. It's gonna be great. We're essentially we're gonna just be playing a character that's like a fairly nothing special. Like we're not the main character, of the universe or anything. We're we'll become notorious one way or another, but we're not we're not the Dragonborn main character. So man, mage stuff is so cool. I just don't want to rely specifically or just like solely on magic. Necromancer is neat. I know Conjuration, there's let's see. Yeah, Bone Collector. You get this pretty early. Find 11 types of bones on humanoid corpses. 4 bone altars are marked on the map. At a bone altar, convert one of each bone into a skeleton warrior. Skeletons do not count against your summon limit. Enemies can only temporarily defeat them, not destroy them. So, I mean, we could go a whole different direction if we wanted to. We could go heavy into, like, necromancy. I mean, being like a scythe-wielding necromancer sounds pretty cool. Although, the scythe is, it's a battle axe, right? So, I would need to wield it in both hands, huh? Um, 11 types of bones on humanoid corpses, one of each bone. So I can have up to 11 different skeleton warriors, and they don't count against your summon limit. And they're invincible. They can be defeated, but they'll reanimate after a bit. Then we have things like increase maximum number of skeletons for each point of base magicka. 75, 50 points of base magicka. Okay. Rat King. When entering combat, creates 3 undead skeevers under your control. Ability to create skeleton mages at a bone altar. these sound cool. As cool as these sound though, I also don't want to put myself in a spot where I'm like relying on my horde basically. Like I want to be able to fight myself too, you know. I don't like doing like summon builds is cool, but I also don't want to like take a backseat to the summons, you know. Um, the more I read these like necromancer perks, the cooler they sound. All right. Let's see. What else do we got? Oh yeah. So there's also a necromancer class. How does this affect this? So summon undead lasts 2% longer per class level, and this is a tier 2, so it goes up to level 15. So undead would last 30% longer at max level. On level 5, gain +1 max summon if you have at least one undead summoned. Okay. Level 10, when you have at least one undead summon, magic recovers 50% faster, but it's 30% slower if not. Okay. And on level 15, gain the necrotic spear spell. Interesting. Yeah, I will say if we went like a necromancer build, it would definitely be the interesting part would be the perks for sure. This class itself is fairly uninteresting, but it definitely would help supplement the build a lot. So that's cool. That's kind of neat. Oof. Well, before that is the occultist too. The occultist builds into the necromancer. What does occultist do? Spells from Conjuration School are 2% stronger per class level. Enchantments become 2% stronger per class level. Level 5, attacks with bound weapons deal 1% more damage for every level of Conjuration. And on level 10, you're able to have one more summon, and once per day you can recharge your equipment's enchantment. Once per day you can recharge your equipment's enchantment. So just like without a soul stone? Or a soul gem or whatever? Cool. Okay. Hmm. There's also Nightblade. I just don't. So like the base thief stats are interesting because it's not like you have to like be like an assassin or something. In fact, thief builds into bard, although bard's a dead end. But also scout, and I know bounty hunter is interesting. I know bounty hunter has skills that like give you bonuses when you fight like bosses and stuff, which is interesting. But Nightblade this is the thief and mage. Sneaking and non-combat spells cost 2% less to cast per class level. Invisible and sneaking, phantasmal blade. Yeah, I don't know. The thief stuff just does not sound interesting. What about What about Bard, though? What does Bard provide? 2 points of speechcraft per class level. Level 5, gain the Mockery ability. And level 10, a target under the effect of Mockery has a 10% chance to attack the player, allowing it to be killed without getting a bounty. Huh. They don't really say what some of these skills do. I don't know if Mockery's not like a base game thing, right? Skyrim Mockery. Yeah, this isn't like a base game thing. I mean, obviously it applies some sort of debuff. And at level 10, there's a 10% chance that they'll attack the player when they're under the debuff. And then you can kill them without getting a bounty. That's kind of interesting. I'm trying to think of when you would want to do that. I know with Skyrim Unbound, you can give yourself an instrument at the start too. All right, let's take a look at the warrior classes. Because we could do like barbarian and a berserker, or just like straight up just fucking beat the shit out of people with a two-handed weapon, and just not even care about magic. Fighter's pretty classic. Let's see. One-handed weapon deal 2% more damage per class level. Level 5 bonus damage critical attacks with the one-handed weapon deals bonus damage critical attacks with one-handed weapon steel is doubled. Okay, what? They should have just said doubles critical attack damage with one-handed weapons. That's fine. And the grants the adrenaline ability. Again, I don't know exactly what this does. The warrior tree is interesting because the level 2, there's 4 level 2 classes that you can go into from any level, any tier 1 class. Let's see. Swashbuckler is the one only fighters can become. It's more one-handed weapon damage. Level 5, you move 20% faster and attack 10% faster while wielding a one-handed weapon. Level 10, stamina recovers 50% faster while in combat. Level 15, after not being hit for 5 seconds, your crit chance and crit damage are doubled. Huh. Way more of like a finesse. Like you're like a, I mean, it's a swashbuckler, you know, like you're like you're a fucking fencer or something. Let's see. So the general tier 2 classes, Axeman. Axes axes deal 2% more damage. Everything else deals 1% less. Level 5, axes and war axes deal 25% more crit damage and 10% chance to stagger target. And level 10, axes war axes have a 20% chance to destroy a target shield. Okay, and level 15, axes war axes have a 5% chance to disarm the target. All right. Is Blade Master gonna be similar? Dagger swords and great swords. Yeah. More crit damage. After blocking enemies attack with the blade, deal 33% more damage for 3 seconds to that enemy. 20% faster while wielding. Attack 20% faster while wielding at least one dagger sword or great sword. Yeah, if you just wanted to go like just a basic sword and shield build, like this sounds. You well, actually, you couldn't do shield, right? Because you want to take advantage of blocking with your sword. Interesting. Let's see, Mauler. This is the same thing, but with maces and warhammers. They ignore 50% of target armor and deal more damage to staggered targets. Okay. And then Slayer. Slayer's a bit different. After killing an enemy, deal 2% more damage per class level for 3 seconds. So at max level, 30% more damage for 3 seconds after killing an enemy. Level 5, after killing an enemy, you gain 10% movement speed for 12 seconds. Level 10, after killing an enemy, power attacks consume 30% less stamina for 6 seconds. Level 15, power attacks deal 10% more damage for each enemy you killed this combat. What? So you just fucking... You just get into a fight with a bunch of people and you just start ripping through them? I wonder if this stacks or if it refreshes or what. That's kind of crazy. So what if we... So what is Barbarian? Barbarian's two-handed weapons. Grant the Rage ability. So if Rage is similar to like D&D, should probably have like greater resistance and more damage, right? Two-handed weapons. Stronger power attacks. So I mean, you could run in with a fucking like a fucking battle axe or something and just fucking chop down enemies. With these barbarians perks. Let's see. Let's see the two-handed perks in Ordinator. So battle axes, if you go into battle axes, it'll do bleed damage. This could really stack up. I saw this one during my testing. So it's at max level, it's additional 4 points of damage per second for 3 seconds. And then when the bleeding stops, they take damage equal to 30% of the health they lost while bleeding. So it'd be 12 damage, and then once the bleeding stops, they take 30%. I don't know if it stacks though. So like if I get them to bleed, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that works. If you get them to bleed a bunch, will they just lose like a ton of health once the bleeding stops? Great swords reduce a target's attack damage. Warhammers reduce the target's armor rating. Oh, you can get battle axes to ignore some armor too. Forward power attacks with a warhammer daze a target for 10 seconds. Forward power attacks with a greatsword that would leave the target above 60% health deal enough additional damage to make up the difference. Breach the wall. So if you do a forward power attack with a greatsword, if you do that attack and they still have above 60% health, it'll just do enough extra damage to bring them down to 60%. What? Execute. Forward power attacks with a battle axe. Execute targets below 30% health. Delivering a critical strike that deals 20 times critical damage. Man, these are neat effects. What the heck? Sideways power attacks with a battle axe hit all targets in front of you. 20% more damage for each enemy within 8 feet. What? You just fucking... Dude, imagine that with the fucking... the Slayer perk. Holy shit. You just like cleave down like 3 or 4 guys at once and you just fucking take out the stronger enemies with all your buffs. Holy shit. Let's see. Sideway powered attacks with great swords hit all targets in front of you, lowering attack speed. And sideway power attacks with Warhammer hit all targets in front of you. When it hits a target twice within 10 seconds, the second hit knocks the target to the ground, dealing additional damage. And a critical strike that deals double critical damage. Standing power attacks with battle axe deal bonus damage equal to 50% of a target's current health. Maximum 150 damage. Standing power attacks with a Warhammer, if it inflicts a critical strike, it deals 3% more critical damage per point of stamina. Does that mean the stamina it took to do the attack, or your max stamina? I'm not sure what that means. And then standing power attacks with greatsword fatigue a target, draining 150 points of magicka and stamina, and halting regen for 5 seconds. Oh, these are like super high level ones. These are like level 70. Let's see. Bashing with the Warhammer to interrupt attack before it hits allows you to follow up with a power attack within 2 seconds to crush the attacker, reducing their armor by 500 points for 5 seconds. Bashing with a greatsword to interrupt attack. You can follow up with a power attack within 2 seconds to deliver a critical strike that deals 3 times critical damage and disarms them. And then bashing with battle axe will knock them to the ground. Massacre always activates when you take your first 2-handed swing in combat. Massacre is in combat, swinging a 2-handed weapon has a 10% chance to increase attack speed by 175% for 3 seconds. increase attack speed by 175%. Does that mean it's a 75% increase, or it's legitimately a 175% increase? In combat, swinging a two-handed weapon has a 4% chance to activate your currently equipped power. And then the mastery perk is in combat, two-handed weapons deal 5% more damage for each humanoid or animal you have slain in the previous battle, up to 40%. Huh. That's quite the tree. Yeah, I mean, we could do like Barbarian into Slayer. Oh god. There's people doing yard work. One sec. Okay, shut my window. You might still hear it, but it should be quieter now. So do we just forego? I mean, we could just forego magic completely if we wanted to do this. What do the one-handed ones look like? Let's see. So these are all the same. So axes, swords, and maces do this basically the same thing as their two-handed counterparts. Attack with a dagger deals more damage if you rapidly hit the target 3 or more times. Resets when 2 seconds pass between hits. Sideways power attacks with a mace deplete all of your stamina on impact, dealing 1% more damage per point of stamina depleted and doing a critical strike. Okay. Sideways powers attack with a sword fling targets backwards up to 6 feet, dealing up to 40% more damage based on distance traveled. Sideways power attacks with a war axe grant 15% extra damage for 30 seconds. This effect stacks. Oh. So, and then for every stack of that, if you get go for the throw, standing power attacks with War Axe removes every stack of Wolf's Tooth. And you deal 50% bonus damage and a critical strike for 250% bonus critical damage for each instance consumed. Repeated standing power attacks with a sword against the target do escalating damage if no more than 3 seconds pass between each. Stacks up to 3 times, each doing 15% more damage. Reaching 4 stacks knocks the target off their feet. Damn, you just fucking just whack them, huh? Hitting a target with a forward, sideways, and backwards power attack with a dagger within 30 seconds paralyzes the target for 20 seconds. Your attacks against the paralyzed target are critical strikes that deal 9 times critical damage. While dual wielding in combat, enter a murderous frenzy every 20 to 40 seconds. For 8 seconds, dual wield power attacks deal 50% more damage and 100% more critical damage. And the level 100 perk is whenever you defeat at least 4 humanoids and or animals in a single battle, you gain a permanent 1% bonus to one-handed damage. Effect stacks up to 20%. Huh. Hmm. Jeez. There's so much stuff. All right. Let's check out the block tree. Oh yeah, timed block is interesting. So when you block, so after you raise your shield for a second, you get a buff that basically blocks 30% more damage and it staggers attackers in melee range. It's only if you get hit though. If you don't block an attack during this time, then it goes on cooldown basically for 1 second at max level. While blocking with a shield or weapon, arrows do half damage. Arrows that hit the shield do no damage. That's pretty cool. Perform a time block to mitigate incoming fire, frost, and shock spells and effects, reducing their damage to 0 at max level. We'll do a power bash by holding down attack while blocking. Time slows down if you're blocking during an enemy's power attack. Okay. 25% less attack damage from any direction when blocking in combat. Performing 3 successful time blocks in a row completes a timing streak, restoring 75% or 75 points of stamina. Taking an unblocked attack or blocking an attack outside the time block window breaks a combo. Okay. Can move at full speed while blocking. A mocking blow. Power bashing with a weapon infuriates living targets for 30 seconds. They won't flee from combat, but can't regenerate stamina. Lose 15 points of stamina per second. You take no damage from their attacks during a time block. Power bashing with a weapon. Able to sprint with a shield raise. This knocks enemies in your path to the ground. Costs 10 points of stamina per second. And the level 100s, you take no damage from attacks during a time block as long as you have stamina remaining. Okay. So time block, this blocking stuff, this doesn't require a shield. Oh man, what's Berserker do? Attacks with 2 weapons deal more damage, even more damage if you're below half health. Rage now also grants 50% magic resistances. Dropping below 20% health automatically grants you rage. For every 20% health you lose, you gain 10% damage. So it's kind of all about. It's kind of all about just getting in there, taking a bunch of damage, and just buffing the hell out of yourself. And we can still go into Slayer and Barbarian. Like we don't have to be limited to one. It'll just take a while to level everything up, but yeah, so we could freely bounce between the two. Man, I kind of wanted to do something magic related, but there's just something about like being like a two-handed tank and just running in and just beating the shit out of people with like a fucking hammer that I just love. And there's like so much here to like make that a reality. And we get these bashing perks too on two-handed weapons, which would go well with the shield stuff. Man, should we just go like a Warhammer orc? What about armor? Let's see. There's a perk that allows you to just not wear a helmet. That's pretty funny. Um, See, light armor is definitely more for being like evasive and stuff. Heavy armor is probably gonna be where it's at for like tanking. No damage from falling if wearing all heavy armor. Okay. %20 less attack damage from enemies with half or less stamina. The lower their stamina, the less damage you take. Up to 20%. Oh. Whenever an enemy attacks you, you gain 15 points of armor rating for 10 seconds. This affects stacks. Jesus. Rallying standard power. Once per day, place a banner that grants 150 points of armor, 25% melee damage to allies within 25 feet wearing all heavy armor, including you, and prevents them from fleeing. Hmm. Struck by a power attack or power bash, your attacks deal 125% more damage to the attacker for 5 seconds if wearing all heavy armor. Oh, raising your hands to draw a weapon or spell places a rallying standard at your location for 120 seconds. Does not count against the limit of one rallying standard at a time. If wearing all heavy armor, walking but not running towards living enemies within 30 feet in front of you may break their confidence, causing them to flee for 8 seconds. Just fucking RP walk at them. What the fuck? Struck by an attack, subsequent attacks are deflected if wearing all heavy armor. You take 75% reduced damage from attacks for 1 second. Oh. And the max level perk is when struck by a power attack or power bash, the attacker's strike rebounds forcefully as if striking solid rock, staggering them and potentially knocking them to the ground if wearing all heavy armor. Yeah, this is starting to sound like what I want to do. So if I do this, I'm going to go Orc, and I think Orc also has enchanting, so we may want to look at that. Let's see. Yeah, because they have heavy armor. I don't know what you would call this in D&D, but it's like this is like their primary proficiency, and then they have like the sub proficiencies in block, enchanting, one-handed, smithing, and two-handed. So I think I would probably go with an Orc if I did this build. Is there anybody else who sounds better? Nord could be okay because they also have like smithing and block, but they have light armor. They don't have heavy armor. So that would be a bit of a wasted opportunity. Not the end of the world, but it does require a little bit more leveling up. God, yeah, Orc looks like the best. We also have Imperious, which changes up the races a little bit. We have our racial abilities. So Bloodlust, when entering combat, gain 25% movement speed, 300% magicka and stamina regen. Bonuses gradually decay to 0 over 20 seconds. Shockwave. Once per battle, jump to cause a tremor that staggers opponents, may knock them off their feet. And then Strength of Steel. Weapons and armor are 20% stronger, but enchantments on them are 20% weaker. And then if we do a quest, which is staggering 150 enemies with Shockwave, then once per day we can Berserk, which doubles attack damage and critical strike damage, and halves spell cost for 15 seconds. While off cooldown, it may activate randomly in combat. Oh, that's interesting. How do these Rachel's work? Because during my testing, I remember getting Bloodlust. I guess you just have them. I guess you just have them all. Um, God, a fucking berserker orc sounds so fucking cool. Oof. All right. So if we do that, one other thing we want to keep in mind is orcs also have enchanting and smithing. We'll definitely want to do some smithing. Now there is another general class besides warrior, thief, and mage called commoner, and commoner allows us to bolster some of our crafting stuff as well. So it starts off with just increasing regen and giving some stat points, just a really basic thing. And then if we go into apprentice, crafted items are stronger. We also fortify speech. And then you can go into blacksmith, item improvements, 3% stronger per class level. Whenever you gain an ingot at a smelter, it's a 15% chance to gain another one. Okay. The only problem with this is that, but luckily these are all tier 0, so it would only take us 15 levels to max out all the way to blacksmith. But the problem with that is that if we're doing that, then we're not maxing out our warrior stuff. So I think we would want to at least maybe get barbarian done before we went into that. It's probably not super important that we have blacksmith improvements earlier on, but when we make like later game gear, it'll be like a really big help to have those. Two-handed orc warrior. Heavy armor. I'm just gonna write this down. Orc, two-handed, heavy armor, berserker, slayer. Okay. It's been an hour and a half, and all we've done is talk about what we want to do. But this is what I wanted to do, like a session 0 thing, because I wanted to go through, like, I briefly skimmed over this stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw all these mods together, make sure that they play nice and everything, make sure that they like synergize well and stuff. And I gotta say, Imperious, Ordinator, sets of skills, like these all like mesh together really well to like allow you to craft like the exact kind of build that you want. It's really cool. Okay. So I guess let's put together maybe a couple more builds that we would be interested in doing before we like solidify. Because once I go in, I'm not gonna like, I might make some audibles along the way or whatever if things pop up, but I'm not gonna like do any major changes. So if we go in doing this like berserker orc, I'm not gonna just like suddenly pivot and be like, okay, I'm gonna do some magic. And I'm not gonna start a new character. Like there's so much content to play here that I do not want to start a new character like partway through my playthrough. I just want to make a character. I want to stick to it. So if I do that, I got to make sure that the play style is something that I'm going to want to play for like however many hours this is going to take to play through. So another build that we want to try. So I also wanted to, I was considering doing Necromancer. And I was also considering doing, what was it, Spellblade? Now, Spellblade is kind of a dead end. So we would want to like supplement this with like additional either warrior or mage classes, probably both. We also got to keep in mind there are quite a few special classes as well. So for example, there's this listener class. You have to get Assassin, Nightblade, and Rogue. 2 of those 3 have to be mastered. And then you also have to do the Whispers in the Dark quest. And then you can unlock Listener. And this has some, you know, interesting perks here. So Dragonborn quest or class. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we're gonna do Dragonborn stuff. I don't think we're gonna do shouts and stuff. Let's see. Telvanni Wizard. Oh, this was interesting. So Battle Mage, Mystic, Occultist. 2 of those 3 need to be mastered. You need to do the Old Friend quest, and you'll get Telvanni Wizard. For this, 20% chance spells are 2 times more powerful. Spells are 33% more powerful when wielding a staff. And staves are 100% more powerful if you don't wield any other non-staff weapon. So this is literally just you hold a staff in your offhand and you just fucking, beat the shit out of people with your spells. Which is cool. Like, this is like a huge fucking... Oh, wait. This Ordinator... Hold on. There was maybe it was in a class. There was something I was looking at, and I don't remember if I actually put it in. Archmage is interesting too. Increased magic regen, 10% chance spells don't cost any magicka, and then once per day steal an opponent's magicka. That's pretty cool. And then there are these priest classes. So there's cleric, zealot, paladin, and inquisitor. So like one-handed weapons. Paladin you combine with warrior. So you need warrior mastered and priest mastered. And you get paladin. An Inquisitor is Mage and Priest. These are somewhat interesting, but they're not like super interesting. Increased damage against Undead, Daedra, and Bandits is neat. Once per day, allies within 30 feet gain 100 armor and 10% attack power for 30 seconds. Then Mastered, you gain Divine Wrath once per day, gaining 50% attack power and cause fear for 60 seconds. That's like increases your block, one-handed restoration, and heavy armor. So if I wanted to do like, I think like an Imperial or like a Nord, that might be kind of cool. I don't know though, because I also don't really like to run with like companions a whole lot. So having stuff that like affects my allies isn't like that big of an incentive for me. Then there's a couple of other special classes. We have a Vampiric Inquisitor. Knight can be upgraded to Blood Knight. 10% experience to block, one-handed, and heavy armor. Oh yeah, if you're a vampire, power attacks absorb 10 health and stamina from living targets. So these all require you being like a vampire. Interesting. Warrior or Thief. You turn into a brawler. More damage while unarmed. Yeah, so this is all about like doing unarmed damage. I guess we could make like a monk. I think monks are interesting. There's no other like, I don't know if there's any other like I don't know if there's anything else that like helps supplement that, like any like martial arts stuff. Let's see. Unarmed. There are light armor perks that do affect your unarmed damage. This would be like the only focus though. I guess that would free me up to do all kinds of other stuff. Can you block while unarmed? Hang on. Skyrim block while unarmed. Cannot block while unarmed like you could in Oblivion. Okay. Stance switching. See, this type of thing though, because like, all right, we'll exit out of that. A mod like that, like it equips like an invisible shield on you, so like it wouldn't synergize with this at all. Let's see, Necromancer, Spellblade, Monk. The Brawler, Light Armor. Is there anything else that affects unarmed? The Harbinger? It's a prestige class. Oh yeah, unarmed damage is doubled. We'll also work on Werewolf. Is the strat to like become a fucking werewolf? I don't want to do that though. Like if it like makes like role play sense to end up becoming a werewolf or something, then maybe, but I don't want to like gun for it. But yeah, this does double unarmed damage. And we could spec into this because we could do Brawler is a warrior. So then we could go into like duelist or fighter. And they go into Harbinger. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how effective it would be. Keep in mind, again, we're basically going to go through the entire game doing unarmed combat. So we have to consider the fact that we're going to be missing out on cool weapons and various other interesting skills and stuff. It may not necessarily be a thing we want to do, but maybe. All right, let's see the Necromancer stuff. So we determined that Necromancer, the class itself is not like super interesting, but it supplements the perks really well. So we would want to go into Conjuration. And doing like the Bone Collector stuff is interesting. These don't even count towards your summon limit either. So, I mean, we're talking about, we're basically, if we did this, we'd be turning ourselves into fucking like Bone Razor minions, which is a great game, by the way, if you like Vampire Survivor style games. Bone Razor minions is awesome. When a friendly conjured Daedra within 15 feet is below full health, it absorbs your life force to heal itself, preventing you from regenerating health, but regenerating 10 points per second. Okay. I mean, obviously, we would be like sitting in the back, like throwing out spells or whatever anyway, so that's not a bad idea. Conjure altar power. At will summons a bone altar for 60 seconds. Okay. That is one other thing. We disabled fast travel. What we've done instead is I put in a mod that expands the cart rides a little bit better. So you can take a horse cart to pretty much any town or major city in any of the holds. But I can't just fast travel to like any place that I've discovered. I've also added town portal scrolls. And if I'm a mage, I can master the town porter spell, and that'll teleport me. It'll create a portal back to my most recent town, and then I can retake the portal back to where I came from. So if I'm like full up on gear or whatever, I can run back to town. Kind of like Diablo. It's kind of like Diablo. So that's cool. It's just like more immersive ways to handle that rather than just like jumping around from marker to marker. Yeah, I mean, these are cool. If we did conjuration, is there any race that excels at conjuration? Bretons have it as their main proficiency. Alchemy, alteration, illusion, restoration, and speech. Okay. And what else do they get from Imperius? Treasure Hunter in Skyrim carries the mythical Grail of Bettany. A Breton in possession of the Grail regenerates magicka and stamina 50% faster. Okay. Spell Mantle. Magic resistance increased by 15%. You gain 25% spell absorption when magicka is 25% or less. Okay. Each standing stone grants its own additional effect. And then the quest reward is Shared Ancestry. Once a day, invoke your Aldmeri Netic Heritage to gain the racial power of a living human or elven target for 300 seconds. Gain the racial power of a human or elven target for 300 seconds. Shared Ancestry. Huh. So, in addition to conjuration, we would want to look at alchemy. Let's see what Ordinator has for alchemy. Alchemy, I think is cool because one of the things I love in fantasy settings is like alchemical bombs. I love the idea of like brewing up some fucking nasty shit and just yucking it at a group of enemies. That shit's cool. Let's see, alchemy. Stimulants. May choose to upgrade an alchemy lab. Oh, I saw this on smithing as well. An advanced version of the alchemy lab. Potion to makes it 25% stronger at an advanced lab. That's pretty neat. Experimenter. Eating ingredient reveals all effects. Okay. Ooh, you may choose a power: fire oil, frost oil, or shock oil. At will creates a pool of oil that lasts 20 seconds. It reacts violently when struck by a projectile or explosion, exploding and dealing damage equal to your alchemy skill level. That's neat. Poisons are highly corrosive. Ignore 40% of armor rating of affected target. Okay. You may choose a second elemental oil power. In addition to fire, frost, and shock oil, you may also choose calming, frenzy, paralysis, or hollowed oil. Okay. Pure mixture. All negative effects are removed from created potions, and positive effects are removed from created poisons. What? What is this? Witchmaster. When you use a beneficial potion or ingredient, 50% chance to receive a powerful side effect randomly chosen from a range of 40 side effects. Witchmaster side effects. So, and the chemical wetting makes Witchmaster side effects have a 50% chance to cause side effects themselves. So you could use a potion. You have a 50% chance, 1 out of 2 chance to get a random effect. And if that effect goes off, there's another 50% chance to cause another side effect. Jesus Christ. Walking disaster. In combat, periodically spill a random oil puddle on the ground. Puddles last 60 seconds. What? And then the level 100, upon learning this perk, you imbibe a deadly toxin. Oh, taking 150 damage per second. Oh, yeah, I read about this. So you take this perk. When you take this perk, you take a toxin, and you take 150 damage per second. If you survive for 60 seconds, you receive 3 perk points and a permanent 25% bonus to all potions and poisons you make. Jesus Christ. 150 damage per second for 60 seconds. So you have to out heal that. That is a long time. But damn, 3 perk points, 25% bonus to potions and poisons. That's nuts. So actually, this sounds kind of cool. If we like went into alchemy as a necromancer, is there because we can go into alchemist in the commoner tree too, and that should give us some small bonuses to alchemy. Harvesting grants an extra ingredient. Wow, so we can just fucking get tons of ingredients. Crafted potions are 3% stronger per class. Not poisons, though, interestingly. Just potions. Yeah, it also means poisons. Ordinator distinguishes between the two. What else is there? Alteration and illusion. I'm not familiar with these schools. Let's see. Oh, stone flesh and like oak flesh and stuff. Those are okay. Those are alteration. Generate gold equal to 4 times your alteration skill level. Philosopher's Stone. Okay. Oh, Venetian. Vancian magic. This was the perk I was thinking of earlier. So your next 20 spells, it says cast magic like the wizards of old. Your next 20 spells do not use magicka and are twice as effective. When you run out of spells, you're unable to cast spells until you rest, by sleeping at an inn or in your home. So this is just like D&D style like mage, right? So you get 20 spell casts. They don't use magicka. They're twice as effective. But once you use those 20, you have to rest in order to get your spells back. That's cool. That's like a neat like alternate way to do magic in Skyrim. I would feel really, really restricted though, because like how often are you like because I'm assuming it's when you cast the spell is when it reduces the count. So like I would feel compelled to like if I was casting like flames, right? I would want to hold it down and just basically never let go of it until I mean like ever, right? I would just like run around with it out, which would be a little bit weird. And it's only 20 spells. So like and you have to rest by sleeping at an inn or in your home. So I couldn't use because I also have like Frostfall and Campfire. So I couldn't like sleep outside. I didn't test that, but I wonder if that's the case. Oh. When you gain an armor spell in combat or enter combat with an active armor spell, you become intangible and unable to be affected by spells or attacks for 10 seconds. That's interesting. You could like throw oak flesh up on yourself. And then like reposition or something. That would maybe be okay with being a necromancer. Because if you get caught out of position, if you throw like oak flesh on yourself, then you could reposition behind your horde. There's a Spellblade perk. Whenever you cast a spell with one hand, you deal 20% more attack damage for 4 seconds. Wow, that actually works really well with... Huh. Alteration. We'll come back and check Alteration when we were putting together our Spellblade build. Command lock. Once every 6 in-game hours, you can weaken an expert or lower lock, reducing its difficulty to 0. Oh. Ooh, intuitive magic. Novice and apprentice spells of any school cost 100% less magicka to cast. So they're just free? Oh, Quadratic Wizard. Whenever you recharge your Vancian magic spells, you gain 1 additional Vancian magic spell for each 10 points of base magicka. So if you have 100 magicka, what you just get? You get 10 additional slots, so 30. Home Mythal summons a permanent magical field at the location where you learn this perk. Alteration spells gain 2 times duration if cast within 5,000 feet and 20 times duration if cast within 250 feet. Additionally, Vancian magic can be recharged by sleeping within 250 feet. You just create like a fucking like a bubble like around an area, and then if you And then like your alteration spells just fucking are like bogusly strong if you're cast within the range of it. That's interesting. I wonder where you would like want to put this down though. Because you only get to do it once, and it's where you learn the perk. Interesting. Oh, Dungeon Master. Whenever you recharge your Vancian magic spells, you may choose less or more spells in exchange for increased or decreased spell effectiveness. And or choose one of 3 meta magic enhancements. So you could reduce the number of spells that you have available, spell slots, and it'll increase your spell effectiveness. I wonder what the meta magic enhancements are. I mean, that's got to be something like I don't know, like a cast point or like a spell effectiveness or something like that, right? The Monarch, you cannot regenerate magicka, and you lose 10 points of magicka per second, but also absorb 25 points of magicka per second from living creatures within 20 feet, whether friend or foe. Okay. Whoa! Orification. Once every 12 in-game hours, activate a paralyzed target below half health to transmute its body into gold worth 100 times its level, killing the target. Has a 50% chance of creating gold ore. Okay. Dimension door power. At will creates a magical doorway that teleports you to the location of your home mythal. Neat. Ritualist. Able to cast 2-handed ritual spells while moving. When you fall below 50% health due to combat damage, you briefly turn invulnerable and teleport back to the location where you entered combat. Emergency teleport. Okay. Nullifier. You radiate a dampening field, preventing enemies within 25 feet from regenerating magicka and stamina. Oh, what? And then the level 100 is grants the arcane thesis power. Use it to master the spell you are dual casting. A mastered spell is 20% more powerful or lasts 40% longer. Only one spell can be mastered. This is alteration, huh? Yo, the Skyrim soundtrack is long as hell, fam. What is this? We're still going. Okay. Wow, alteration sounds really cool too. All right, and then illusion. Activate any target under the effect of a calm spell to initiate a trade. All spells you cast from any school of magic are silent to others. Oh, Nemesis. Oh, I read about this one in my testing. Activate any hostile creature or humanoid in combat to summon an illusion of the target with 1% extra damage per illusion level. The illusion relentlessly attacks the target for 30 seconds. That's cool. And would also give me yet another summon. These are all like mind affecting spells, huh? Plus we get auras. So this is interesting. So like commanding presence, we would get an aura of mystical nobility, touches allied creatures within 40 feet. Those affected gain 20% extra attack damage and have 20% attack chance of critical strike. So these might actually like do like an aura build with all of my summons. Oh, activate any non-essential humanoid under the effect of a calm spell. Send a wraith to slay the target within 15 seconds. Activate any humanoid under the effect of a fear spell to compel the target to stand motionless for 30 seconds. Attacks against the target ignore armor. Sneaking while under the effect of the vision of the 10th eye spell will summon a disembodied eye under your control. It has 1 point of health but is invisible and silent. Wait, hold on. Vision of the 10th eye. Gives the night eye effect. See certain things others cannot. Huh. So if you've got that, you can summon a disembodied eye. Interesting. And the level 100, after using an activate perk, which are all these ones that you activate on somebody like Nemesis and these other ones. After using an activate perk, illusion spells are 50% more powerful, last 50% longer for 10 seconds. Oh, the cooldown of activate perks ends after 8 seconds out of combat. So they're normally 3-minute cooldowns, but after you leave combat, then 8 seconds later they will be off cooldown. Oh, this is neat. Illusion seems like it would be the way to go. We could do a Breton. Let's see here. A Breton. Conjuration with a secondary focus on illusion. And we would do a necromancer. Necromancer maybe into a Telvanni wizard? Because we can do occultist. Which increases conjuration, enchantments. This does have a focus on bound weapons on level 5. But there's no reason we couldn't do bound weapons, like, because bound weapons have some interesting effects as well in conjuration. Let's see, mystic weapons. Bound weapons cast soul trap on targets. Bound weapons banish conjured Daedra, turn reanimated undead, and deal 100 extra damage to non-conjured Daedra. Brand victims with unholy energy for 5 seconds, halting magicka and stamina regen while draining 15 points per second. When both are depleted, the energy starts devouring their flesh, dealing 50 points of magic damage per second. Bound weapons cut through flesh and spirit, reducing magic resistance by 30% for 5 seconds. Bound weapons induce a battle rage in their wielder, granting 20% extra damage and 100 points of armor rating for 5 seconds when a target is struck. Okay. All right. Man, that does sound really fucking cool. Oh man, just to be like a fucking dark ass necromancer. All right, we're gonna look at Spellblade next. Before we do that, I am going to take a quick break. I get up and stretch, run to the restroom, and all that. You should do the same, chat. All right, get some water and stuff. All right, we'll be right back. All right. All right. All right, we back. All right, we're going to take a look at Spellblade. Now, Spellblade does have a perk in Alteration, so if I can, I would like to get some, pick a race that will give me Alteration while also giving me some combat. And already I'm looking at Redguard, which has a one-handed focus with Alteration as a sub-proficiency. One-handed, they have Alteration, Archery, Block, Destruction, and Smithing. Okay. This is already looking very good. Redguard. Okay. They're Imperious racial passives. We have Dust Storm. Killing people increases attack damage and critical strike damage and reduces spell cost by 30% for 5 seconds. Already we're looking that this is already sounding perfect for a Spellblade. Nomadic Heritage. Redguard Blood grants 50% disease resistance. While not in combat, you have unlimited stamina. Wow. Okay. And Tenacity. Magicka and Stamina regenerate up to 100% faster based on missing health. And then the quest passive, or no, this is the active ability rather. Red Sand Dance. Enter a battle trance for 45 seconds, slowing time by 90% while sprinting. Interesting. Okay. Well, if we do a Spellblade, it's definitely got to be Redguard. So I guess we would want to do one-handed and Alteration. And we probably do Sword and Shield. So Spellblade would take us Warrior and Mage. And I think we would probably go into like Fighter after that. Or focus on commoner stuff. Yeah, so like Spellblade, Fighter, I'm thinking. Yeah, those all sound good. Okay. And we've already gone over these trees, so I'm not going to delve into them too much. One thing we haven't looked at is enchanting. I do feel like, though, if we get into... These are going to be like tertiary trees, right? We'll like put points into them
on a case-by-case basis. Just like as we're playing, as like a consequence of playing. Oh, what do we want to do for armor? They don't have Redguard. Redguard doesn't have a focus on any one armor class. I do feel like I would maybe do light armor. Yeah, I think so. I think for the Necromancer, this was a Breton, right? Because I do think we'll like want to go into alteration as well, because I think we wouldn't be wearing robes, and I think alteration will give us some protection spells. So that'll be like a tertiary thing. Okay. Brawler. This is gonna be a weird one. Do I even want to? I'm gonna be honest. Maybe I don't even put a brawler build together. Cause like, what am I gonna do for this? Like, it sounds funny, but like, I have to go to light armor, and nobody has like a proficiency. None of the races have a proficiency in light armor. At least not a main proficiency. And then like, what else would I need to do with this? Because brawler is a dead end. So I would have to do warrior and thief into brawler. and then like supplement it with something else. This is almost like something I would do like later on. Like it would almost be like I would do like thief and warrior, and then maybe go into like bard. Like I could do scout. See, I would feel like I would need to take like a couple just like dead end classes. So like we could go into bard. And then maybe just do our commoner stuff. We have to keep in mind that commoner also combines with each of the base classes. So like if you combine in commoner with warrior, you get adventure, which could be good, like you reduce incoming damage. And then burglar. And wise. Oh, wise. I forgot wise. Wise empowers scrolls. After using a spell, scrolls are also stronger. And then at level 10, you grant the ability to create a copy of a scroll once every 6 hours. That's kind of neat. And then burglar is pickpocketing and lockpicking. Burglar's invisibility. So yeah, we would want to do like a bunch of dead end stuff. So if we did brawler, we would want to also do, I think, bard and adventure. Because brawler will require warrior and thief. And then we could do bard. We could do adventurer. I think that's probably it. Yeah, because duelist is one-handed weapons. And then we could like focus on like other commoner stuff. All right. Yeah, that would be if we did a brawler build, which I do not think I would bother doing, to be honest. And if we did a brawler, we would probably want to do what? We could do maybe Argonian. We could also maybe do Wood Elf, because Wood Elf has archery. And if we wanted to like move out of, like, we could do like Scout as well with our Thief. And this Wood Elf has the bonus of like having alchemy, lockpicking, pickpocketing, and sneaking. It's actually not too bad. Although, if we were going to go that route, I think Khajiit would probably be better. Let's see. What are the... Let's see. Let's see the racials. Feline agility. Khajiit move 50% faster at all times. They sprint 40% faster, but spend 50 more stamina per second. A prowl. While sneaking movement is half as loud, you can do a power leap with weapon sheathed for 60 stamina. And then claws deal 10 damage. Power attacks with 2 free claws deal extra damage equal to 25% of current stamina. Oh, this was something I didn't think about. So if we did Khajiit, we would actually get additional unarmed damage. And power attacks with 2 free claws deal extra damage equal to 25% of current stamina. So honestly, Khajiit would probably be what we would want to do, right? Wait, hold on. Am I dumb? Do they not have Wood Elf on here? Wait, Wood Elf is Bosmer, right? Yeah. Right, Bosmer. Green Pact. Ritually eat humanoid corpses while sneaking with weapon sheaths to fortify health, magicka, and stamina by 10% of theirs for 1,200 seconds. Okay. Harrier. A bird periodically indicates an animal to hunt for extra loot or the nearest foe in combat, reducing armor by 200 points and magic resistance by 25%. And then Wild Senses. Stand still for 4 seconds while sneaking to sense moving targets within 350 feet. Beast Tongue. Once a day, call to the nearest carnivorous animal, making it an ally. Oh, that's cool. And we also said Argonian could be a potential one. Amphibious. After swimming, you sneak 100% better for 60 seconds, move 15% faster for 180 seconds. Hissborn. When you fall below 20% health, magicka, or stamina, you regenerate half of the difference per second. Okay. And Marsh Dweller. You can swim 100% faster and breathe underwater. Of course. Caustic Spit. Once a day, corrosive venom reduces armor by 600 points and magic resistance by 75% for 25 seconds. Okay. So yeah, okay. If we did a brawler, big if, Khajiit definitely sounds like the way to go. Now if we did that, their primary proficiency is in sneak. So do we have anything interesting in the sneak tree? I don't, like I said, I don't really want to do sneak, but I wouldn't mind doing sneak if we're not also doing ranged. Because, I mean, obviously all this stuff changes, these mods change things significantly, but sneak range is just like the most boring. It's the most boring shit in the Bethesda games. Doesn't matter what it is. Fallout, Elder Scrolls, doing fucking sneaky range builds is just boring as shit. But it could be interesting to do some Khajiit sneakiness stuff and do a brawler build. That sounds interesting. We would also probably still gain sneak attack damage, right? Yeah, so like this sneak attacks with one-handed weapons deal 100% more damage, but sneak attacks with any other weapons or fists deal 25% more damage. So that's not a whole lot more damage, but we're also boosting up our stuff, right? Yeah, because I just wouldn't want to go into daggers. Again, though, these are going to be like, because these are both level 20, right? So, I mean, I don't know exactly how these things branch. I guess I could look at it. It should be up here. Yeah, so like this goes into, so like sneak attack would go this way. So like I don't even need to look at any of this stuff. Because we would go tripwire, silent roll, fog of war, infiltrator. We would go like that way. I guess that's, maybe we should have been doing that all along. I mean, it's not like I'm blocked off from any of these other branches, you know, if I do this sort of thing, but tripwire. Let's just but it still would be good to kind of see what would be like the most efficient path I would want to take. And keep in mind, I'm not like super like there's going to be an element of like going where like the roleplay takes me and stuff like that. I'm not necessarily going to be like min-maxing a bunch, but I still want to build something. You know, I still want to like take advantage of all the stuff, like the modded stuff that I'm putting in. You know, so I do still want to like mold a class that's at least going to be effective. You know, that way I can get like the most fun out of it, basically. Let's see, tripwire. At will place a tripwire in front of you for 120 seconds. It snaps when tripped, knocking all targets hit by it to the floor. See, that's kind of cool. Fog of War. Sneaking is 50% more effective against targets that are in combat with you, or 30% if they're in combat with someone else. Silent roll. Sprinting while sneaking executes a silent roll forward. Okay. Let's see. Oh, dynamic entry. Dynamic entry. Oh yeah, performing a silent roll increases your weapon damage by 40%, increases unarmed damage by 40 points for 3 seconds. That's kind of cool. Infiltrator, you make less noise. Tripwire also reduces armor rating for 1,000 points, by 1,000 points for 5 seconds. Okay. Backup plan, dodge roll, right behind you. So right behind you, sneaking is 50% more effective within 30 feet and 30% more effective within 15 feet. Okay. It grants the disengage power. Once per day, all enemies within 100 feet who are attacking you or searching for you instantly stop and resume their normal activities. All right. Dodge roll. Performing a silent roll makes you ethereal for 1 second, causing all incoming attacks and spells to miss. Huh. It's just a fucking Dark Souls roll, huh? Okay. Smoke screen. Once a day, create a 35-foot cloud for 180 seconds that blinds those in the cloud. Sneak attacks against them deal 50% more damage. Okay. Backup plan. After being out of combat for at least 5 seconds, entering combat will place a tripwire behind you for 60 seconds. This does not count against the limit of 1 tripwire at a time. That's cool. So you could run up, aggro somebody. It'll place a tripwire, and then you run back over. I'm assuming running over your own tripwire doesn't trigger it. Clean escape. When you stand still for 8 seconds while sneaking, enemies within 150 feet no longer search for you. Okay. Sneaking is 50% more effective for each enemy within 100 feet that is not detecting you. Party starter. When you gain invisibility, places a barrel of flammable booze at your location. When you lose invisibility, it explodes, dealing fire damage equal to 200% of your sneak skill level at staggering targets. Okay. Sneak attacks deal 10% more damage for each 200 points of health the target has. Up to 50% more damage. Okay. See, Cloak and Dagger seems okay, because, again, this is just... this is breaking invisibility with a power attack. The only problem is that the other stuff in the tree... Well, actually, hold on. Problem solver. So actually, yeah, if we foregoed Assassin's Blade and Backstab and we just went up this way, these would actually be fine. Grease Lightning. A hidden bottle enables you to leave a trail of grease whenever you perform a silent roll in combat. The grease lasts for 10 seconds, staggers running enemies, while spreading enemies slip and fall to the ground. Okay, that's cool. Shadow Warrior entering sneak mode in combat grants 2 seconds of invisibility, briefly leaving combat, forcing distant opponents to search for you. All right, and then Laughing Ghost is level 100. It grants Laughing Ghost power at will while sneaking. Teleport through the shadows behind a target to attempt a sneak power attack with your right weapon that deals double sneak attack damage. So suddenly this becomes way more interesting. So, obviously we could do like dagger stuff if we wanted to, but if we were going to go the brawler route, all this stuff would still be very effective. We would get some speech bonuses from Bard to... And in fact, we can get the performer ability. Once per day, play a song to entertain up to 5 people within 50 feet. Collect a donation from each, based on your speech skill and the amount of gold they are carrying. Bribery, kinship is 50% less cost when trading from the same race. Irresistible Dance can perform in combat to force the 2 nearest enemy people within 100 feet to dance spellbound, preventing them from attacking and reducing their armor skills by 50 levels. Serenade. Performing to members of the opposite sex yields twice as much gold and potentially small items. Huh? Why the opposite sex, huh? What's up with that? I can go into Creation Kit and remove that restriction. I'm finna do it. Encore. Able to perform multiple times per day. Oh, that's cool. Speak with animals. This is interesting stuff. I mean, it's definitely supplementary to everything else. Performer's like its own little branch here. And there's trading stuff too. We don't even have to like worry about this the shouting stuff. What does a bard do again? 2 points of speechcraft per class level. Oh yeah, and the mockery ability. And actually like tricking somebody into attacking you and then just like beating the shit out of them with my claws. That could be kind of fun. So sneak has a lot of applications here. You know, now looking at it, this does seem more interesting than I originally gave it credit for, especially combining it with Khajiit, because there's a lot more stuff you can do here. We would do sneak and light armor focusing. The only real issue with Khajiit is that they don't have a secondary proficiency in light armor. But they definitely seem like the best class to use for brawling. Argonian does have... Hold on, does Imperius overwrite these? I'm assuming Argonian doesn't have the higher unarmed damage. Under Imperius. Yeah, so Argonian and Wood Elf could also work. I think Khajiit sounds better though. Like, yeah, we don't have the proficiency in light armor that will give us a bunch of unarmed damage and stuff, but I think we make up for it. Especially because we have a set proficiency in alchemy, which we can augment a lot of stuff that way. Bosmer would feel like a waste if I didn't like go into scout and do like archery. Okay. We'll say Khajiit. Okay. Oh god, that's unreadable. What's the best way to do this? Yeah, that works. That works. That's true. I guess the font has to be bigger so that it doesn't fucking... Alright, that should be fine. Okay. So these are the 4 builds. That I am considering. So now I just have to decide which one I want to commit to. So I'm gonna be honest, after talking through all of them, they all are interesting. They definitely are interesting. I'm almost wondering if maybe I should start Maybe I shouldn't commit. Maybe I should start a run. And if it's not like, if I'm not really enjoying it as much as I thought I was, maybe I bow out and I start a new run. There's also one other thing to consider too, which is, let's see. Oh, Winter Sun, right? So Winter Sun is a mod that adds it adds worship, and it gives you basically bonuses for worshiping, and we have to pray. We have to pray at shrines for the deity that we're aligned with and stuff to get all the bonuses. So like for orc, we can start off with Malakath. Which empowers our power attacks. Trinimac also fortifies two-handed. More attack damage to humans. When praying, you may become ethereal and invulnerable until your next attack. And there's a lot that we could eventually switch to if we wanted to. Even ones that we can't start with. But we do want to decide what we're going to start with. When an enemy dies within 40 feet, their killer is healed by X% of the amount of overkill damage dealt based on favor with Malakath. Trinimec is okay. I definitely think Malakath is the way to go, though, because we're like, the idea is that we're going to be doing a ton of power attacking. Because we get so many bonuses from it. And like having a general two-handed bonus is nice, but the other bonuses really aren't anything to write home about, in my opinion. For Trinimec. Because yeah, we get 10% more effective with two-handed weapons, but then I mean, attacks dealing more damage and critical damage to humans based on favor is nice, but that leaves out elves and it leaves out beasts, it leaves out all manner of machines and stuff. So I don't know. And then becoming ethereal and invulnerable to your next attack at the cost of favor, I just don't know. It doesn't sound great. So I think Malakath is gonna be the way to go. Now Breton. This is for our Necromancer. Learn skills faster, that's nice. But having stuff more powerful against dragons? Yeah. Revive at full health upon taking fatal damage. That's RK. We have to be careful too of what the requirements are. So like Akatosh, we can never openly break the laws of Skyrim. We would lose favor. Which isn't necessarily a huge issue, but RK, for example, slay the undead and their summoners. We could not be a necromancer. Never summon the undead or become one of them. We could never ever do RK. And the bonuses are not good for necromancer either, but that's something to be aware of. Let's see. Restoration spells. Slay Daedra and the undead. Yeah, definitely not gonna work. Pray to Zenithar to buy and sell items directly. That's neat. Smithing. It's not really what we're here for, though. We want something that has more of a magic focus. And if it's something that has a, association with the undead, that would be nice, too. We may not be able to get that with Breton, though. Oh. Magnus is interesting. 10% chance to absorb a hostile spell and recharge your magicka. Magicka does not regenerate, but praying rapidly replenishes magicka. Spells cost 75% less to cast. Praying automatically casts the beneficial self-targeted spells in your hands for no magicka, and they last X percent longer based on favor with Magnus. Beneficial self-targeted spells. We were talking about alteration. Illusion, not so much. Obviously, this wouldn't help with conjuration at all. But we could conjure stuff and then pray to regenerate our magicka, and the spells cost less. So that's actually not too bad of an idea. We'll write it down. Magnus. Finaster. If you read a skill book while praying, Xerxes will grant you an extra skill point in that skill. That's cool. Scrolls are more effective. The Bretons are most deserving of my favor. Okay. And that's it. So I think Magnus is the way we would go. We could potentially move to another, like, so some of these are like can follow this deity, right? You can't start with it, but you can follow it later. So we might explore some of these other options later on. But for our starting deity, which is going to be the most important, what we want to start with, I think we're going to do Magnus. Obviously, our magicka won't regenerate, but we can still absorb magicka. And praying replenishes magicka. So we could even like, we're going to have a horde, right? So we could even potentially pray in mid combat if we like really needed to. And if there are spells, self-targeted spells, then we can pray to like enhance those and cast them for no magicka as well. I'm actually Skyrim spells. I'm actually not really familiar with the spells that are in Skyrim either. Yeah, we got conjuring weapons and various creatures, reanimating corpses, soul trapping, of course. So this is all pretty simple stuff. Oops. Illusion. We also have. Hang on. We also have Apocalypse. I know this adds 155 new spells. Yeah, there's totems. More things to summon. Necro Witch summons the corpse of an ancient sorceress to reanimate for 600 seconds and teaches her the ranged touch or cloak elemental spell in your left hand. Good. Good God. Okay. I guess I should remember. I should make a note to. Let's see. Skyrim Unbound Apocalypse. I'll make a note to double check because with Skyrim Unbound, when you're setting up your starting build, you can choose specific spells to have. And I may or may not choose the specific spells, but you can also choose random spells from your schools of magic, which is probably what I would end up doing. Either way is fine, but I don't know if the apocalypse spells actually show up in the Skyrim Unbound menu. I would need to double check and make sure that's the case. Because it's possible that maybe I want to start with one of these, like Avenging Wraith or something. And this is cool. I forgot about this. This gives me even more options of fucking just awesome shit I could fucking summon to fight for me. What is Netherlich? Summons a Netherlich for 180 seconds, inflicts a damaging disease, lowers skill levels, and raises the dead. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, these are cool. These are very cool. All right. Let's see. There was also Illusion. Oh, dispels all magical effects except diseases on friends and foes. Okay. Oh, Backlash. It interrupts target spellcaster. If a spell is interrupted, the target is hit by their own offensive spells, while non-offensive spells are cast on you. Okay. That's kind of cool. And obviously, these are in addition to the spells that you would already get. So Illusion are the ones that... okay, so there's... yeah, Courage, Fury, Calm, Fear, Frenzy. There's also some runes. Fenric's Welcome. That's kind of cool. These are the master spells. Thought Steal. Equip the spells the target has equipped. Okay. Shared Trauma. For 10 seconds, when target creature or humanoid loses health, the previous target loses the same amount. Cool. Mind Vision. Oh, Blood for Blood. Cast on a corpse. Summons the anguish of its death as an avenging force to reduce the health of the killer to 1. I wonder if this would work on any of our summons, because like I know the summons will like turn into like a pile of ash or whatever, dust. So that wouldn't be a corpse, but our skeletons are only temporarily defeated. I wonder if they would count as a corpse. That's a really interesting. I guess if worst came to worst, if we had if we, for example, casted like Fury, right? We should be able up to level 25. So if we furied somebody into attacking or frenzied, and it killed somebody, then we could cast Blood for Blood on the corpse, reduce the health of the attacker to 1 and kill it, and then we could just reanimate the corpse if we wanted to. That's interesting. That's an adept. So adept is what level? Level 50 in illusion. God, there's so much shit we can fucking do. This is also kind of why I wanted to do like something with magic, though, right? Because there's so much stuff. This makes me like seeing like these types of things makes me kind of not want to do the barbarian. Shadow Bond. Caster and target gain invisibility for 20 seconds. When the invisibility is broken, the caster and target swap places. Huh. Enslave the weak. Forces a hostile humanoid below 20% health to serve your will permanently until slain. You can only have one slave at a time. Harrowing Dirge. When a cursed creature or humanoid dies, all other cursed targets take unresistible damage equal to 20% of their maximum health. Hitting Cobra. Curses a target for 60 seconds. The curse reduces health to 1 if the target leaves combat for 5 seconds. So you could cast like Hitting Cobra and then like make them flee or calm or something? And just nuke their ass? Last word. Interrupts target spellcaster. If a spell is interrupted, any other illusion spells cast on target within 10 seconds last 4 times longer and are twice as powerful. And keep in mind, these are master, which we're going to get to these a lot later than our conjuration spells, most likely. The thing with conjuration spells is that we're not going to be, like, we're only going to cast them so many times, right? Well, I guess we do need to refresh our conjurations. I mean, granted, if we play the game long enough, we're going to get these skills up. I mean, this is like illusion's going to be like our secondary skill that we focus on for necromancer. So Magicka Void reduces the health percentage of all targets to match their Magicka percentage. Health percentage of all targets to match their Magicka percentage. Percentage, not like hard value, but the percentage. So like if you're fighting a spellcaster and you drain their magicka, which we will do with the Magnus deity, and they cast a bunch of spells and stuff, you could cast Magicka Void on them. And if they have like 10% magicka, it'll reduce them down to 10% health. That's interesting. I'm assuming that's what they're saying. It's a master spell, so I mean, it would make sense if it had a powerful effect like that. Pull from Eternity. Cast on a corpse to capture its ghost. Cast on a target to release the ghost to attack the target for 40 seconds. The ghost takes less damage from attacks. Scream of Pain lowers the health percentage of nearby creatures and humanoids to the caster's health percentage. The lost health is restored after 20 seconds. So if you were low on health, okay. Spectral Warband manifests illusions of all allies in combat for 60 seconds. Would that apply to my summons and stuff? If I had like a fucking like army of skeletons, would this create illusions of every single one of those? That's interesting. A lot of stuff to test out and try too. Very cool. For these master ones, it looks like we have to do we have to do the spell quest of College and Winterhold. I also I put in a mod that makes the college quests a bit more involved. It makes them lengthier. You can't just like power through them. You do have to like commit to them and do a bit of questing on them. So if we do decide to go this route, then doing the College of Winterhold stuff will actually be a bit of a commitment and investment we have to do, which is cool. Oh, there's scrolls, erase spells. Okay. These are cool because if even if I ran like a barbarian, I would not preclude myself from running scrolls. I think it's perfectly fair to do so. And we could potentially get scrolls of these various other spells as well. What was the last thing? Alteration? Oh yeah, this is like Candlelight, Oak Flesh. Detect life. Paralysis rune could be helpful. Oh, telekinesis. And again, I have played very, very, very little, maybe only a couple of hours of vanilla Skyrim ever. And so I am just completely unfamiliar with the spells and stuff that are available. I will say it seems like the like base like vanilla spells are pretty fairly uninteresting. Am I wrong for saying that? They seem just kind of meh. These apocalypse ones add a lot of interesting stuff. Alarm. Alerts you when an enemy crosses 150 foot perimeter. It's cool. Oh, they have long stride. See, prepare for adventure is interesting. Creates a set of basic enchanted mage items. And does Ordinator... Yeah, so like spells could last longer. Dual casting. That's so interesting. Drop zone. So that's like feather falling. Oh, Okado's Recital stores the beneficial self-targeted non-concentration spell in your left hand and casts it for no cost whenever you enter combat. Up to 3 spells. Wow, that's really cool. So you can enter combat and have it just automatically cast like your oak flesh and stuff like that. That's neat. What the hell? Wither reduces a target's movement speed and attack damage by 5% each second for 20 seconds. So by the last second, technically when it expires, but it'll be as close to 100% as it can be. But if you extend the duration, then what? Movement speed and attack damage would just be 0 for the remaining duration? Huh. Seems kind of good for an apprentice spell, right? Locate object. Illuminates the nearest ore vein, gold, container, door, key, soul gem, written text, potion, gem, ingot, or equipment of your choice for 20 seconds. Okay. Spell twine. Bind a chosen effect to the spell in your left hand. It's triggered whenever the spell is cast. A chosen effect, huh? I don't know what that means. Ooh, Strength of Earth. Concentrate to deal 40% more attack damage with your other hand. Release after attacking to stagger nearby foes. You know, our Spellblade, that would be a good spell for our Spellblade, who I have alteration on, right? We would have to, like, we wouldn't be able to use a shield in that instance, but but it would still be good to have. I mean, I guess a lot of our Spellblade should be, if we're going to be alteration, I guess a lot of our Spellblade should be focused on, you know, dual wielding a weapon and a spell, rather than a spell and a shield. I know we can do like some quick hot swapping and stuff, but we're gonna be doing like investing in the light armor, and alteration has stuff that bolsters our defenses anyway. So that is it, the whole Skyrim soundtrack. What if we listen to Oblivion? Thundering Hooves. For 180 seconds, your mount is X% faster, regenerates stamina, and can swim upwards to run on water. It says X% faster. I don't know if they meant to fill in a number or what X would be in this case. Deep storage grants access to an infinite underground storage space. Amazing. Entomb buries a target permanently or frees a buried target. Only one victim may be buried at a time. So you could like fucking you could fucking entomb like some strong enemy, kill a bunch of like ads, and then like release it. What the hell? Fabricate object. The caster creates a bridge, bed, or crafting station of his or her choice. Bridge, bed, or crafting station. Okay. What in the patch notes? These are not patch notes, Seth. These are we're going over various mods that we have for our Skyrim playthrough to see what kind of build we want to do. And yes, I have been doing this for the past 3.5 hours. Let's see. Knowledge is power. Copies the non-concentration spell in your left hand, granting power that casts a spell once a day for no cost. Huh. Okay. Acceleration rune. Cast on a nearby surface, launches enemies in the direction they are moving. Steal 80 points of armor rating from each nearby target. Each nearby target? And the caster gains total amount stolen. Yeah, like something like this would be really good on a fucking Spellblade. Control weather. Temporarily summon the weather of your choice. Hethoth's Grimoire creates a hovering spell tome of the projectile non-concentration spell in your left hand. You repeatedly cast the spell in the direction you're facing for 30 seconds. Oh, force choke in here. Malvizier's Gauntlet holds the target helplessly in front of the caster with telekinetic force until slain or for 10 seconds. Oh, here we go. Milestones. Place up to 5 teleportation anchors and teleport freely between them. Another thing that helps supplement our lack of fast traveling. Cool. Make this like actually an important thing to get if we wanted to. Whenever an enemy in the area is staggered, a spike of rock erupts from the ground, tossing the target and dealing 150 stamina damage. Whenever they're staggered. I think that works well with our Spellblade if we wanted to go... Because I think we can get stagger a number of ways, even with a sword. And I'm pretty sure we can stagger them with... okay, maybe not with a sword. But we can get stagger a number of ways by, like, bashing them and stuff, too, I think. Interesting. And obviously there's spells that will do it, even. Wind running grants the ability to sprint across thin air and immunity to fall damage for 30 seconds. That's just nuts. I can't believe, like, this shit is so interesting, and it's so wild to me that vanilla Skyrim spells are just like, all targets in the area are paralyzed for 15 seconds. Caster ignores 80% of physical damage. Can breathe in water. I mean, these are like nice basic stuff, but like there's like nothing more interesting than this. Like literally, like the master spells are like Dragonhide, Mass Paralysis, Equilibrium. How do people play this game unmodded? How do they do it? Couldn't be me, man. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Both and like all of these are like really interesting for both the Necromancer and for the Spellblade. All right, Spellblade, we would be a Breton. Breton has their whole entire like, or hold on, not Redguard, right? Redguard has its own entire like pantheon that's exclusive to them. Let's see. Already we have light armor increase. Power attacks ignoring armor. Melee damage increase. Restoration spells we don't care about. Oh, what? Sadacol. So this has passive health regeneration. Shrine blessings from other gods are X% more effective and last X% longer based on favor. And then Ouroboros, pray to become reborn as a different person, moving points between your attributes. That's very interesting. Let's see. Tall Papa is for enchantments. The Hunding focuses on bashing. Okay. I'm assuming Redguard can't take any other ones. Yeah. So Hunding is interesting. It also helps reduce stagger on ourselves too. Honestly, I think I guess it should be noted that these first lines are all shrine blessings. Follower and devotee. And I don't know, I'm assuming I can get the shrine blessings even if I'm not like even if I'm not the race? Or does it have to be somebody who can follow? How does this work? So choose a deity to worship either as a racial deity at the shrine or by reading about them. Okay. All right. Well, I think for our Spellblade, we're going to go Lecky. I think that makes the most sense. This gives us power attacks that ignore armor. And then during prayer, we could spend 5% favor to gain X% melee damage, either for 10 minutes or 5 battles. That's cool. And the Shrine Blessing is increased light armor rating. It's actually perfect. And then let's see, Khajiit has its own pantheon as well. This one's got lockpicking and looting. Break a lock, okay. Oh! There's an unarmed strikes one. All skills are improved X% based on favor. This is Riddle Thar. During prayer, an ancient maim will grant a blessing they believe to be appropriate for the challenges you are about to face. Pray only at night. Master the skills of warrior, thief, and mage. See, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Because once we have brawler, yeah, because we can go into adventure, we can go into wise from common. Like, if the focus on this brawling class is to spec into like a bunch of dead end classes, this is actually perfect. This would actually be perfect because warrior, thief, and mage skills all need to be mastered. And we get increased unarmed strike damage. All skills are improved. I think it's got to be Riddle Thar, right? The other one is Rajin for like lockpicking and stuff. Yeah, if we do a brawler, it's got to be Riddle Thar. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Okay. Are there any other considerations? I'm not going to worry about standing stones. I had a mod for like classes and star signs and stuff, but I got rid of that in favor of this sets of skills. So like standing stones and stuff like that'll just be a case by case basis when we find them. So I don't know if there's any other considerations I really need. I think I won't worry about starting spells unless I actually decide to go with until like I actually like pick the build that I want to do. We'll worry about starting spells at that time. Okay. That was a lot. There's a lot of considerations here. So I guess now the question is, what do I want to play? That's the question, right? What build do I actually want to go with? So let's do this. let's see. Take that away. Let's just get in game and see what we got. So like I said, we are playing with Skyrim Unbound. So it's gonna skip over Helgen. You can see Helgen's already been demolished. We are going to start Skyrim Unbound. And this will take us straight to the character creator. Let's see. What am I leaning most towards? The Necromancer honestly sounds fucking crazy. All right, we actually don't need to worry about we can enter the character creator at any time. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Oh yeah, so okay, these do have the spells from Apocalypse, so it just automatically adds them if they're apprentice spells, right? Or novice spells, rather. Oh, that's so cool. Wow, we don't even have to worry about that. Okay. Okay, let's turn off. I need starts by default. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Okay. So obviously Conjuration is gonna be 25 by default. That means we'll pretty much instantly get access to Bone Collector. And we'll be able to do like alchemy stuff. It's not like I can only do Conjuration, Illusion, and Alteration. Like, I'm just going to be focusing mostly on Conjuration and Illusion. But there's going to be plenty of opportunities to present itself for us to do some alchemy stuff too, which I think will be a great idea. All right. And then if we take a look at sets of skills, right now all we have are the 5 base, which is Commoner, Mage, Thief, Warrior, Priest. Obviously, we're only going to be doing like Mage focus, so we would start with Mage. Well equipped, we I think we might have to go back in. Oh wait, we have to click it, right? So well equipped, we get more experience in magic skills. Spells cost 1% less per class level, and then on level 5, we just get 25% magicka. Okay. Now, we could enable hardcore mode if we wanted to. Hardcore mode is interesting because you can only master a limited number of classes. And we can choose how many that is. So that's interesting. I don't know if we'll actually do that on a playthrough, but that's interesting. And then here are literally all the classes. There's like 51 of them or something. And then these level up based on our player level. So it will get harder to level these as we level up, but that's okay. And again, our leveling up is not based off of using skills anymore. Our leveling up is purely based off of completing quests, discovering points of interest, defeating enemies, things like that. So the reason I did it that way is to separate leveling up skills from the overall leveling up system, because once you start leveling up, if I'm putting a lot of points into, say, like smithing or alchemy or stuff like that, and it boosts up my player level, like training those skills doesn't necessarily make my character stronger, but then it makes everything else in the world stronger. And so I wanted a more like gradual kind of organic leveling up, while also being able to just focus on my skills too. Okay, so we would take mage for our class. Obviously, like we talked about, mage would, for us in this, would go to occultist and then go into necromancer. Let's see, conjuration, new. Bone Collector just sounds so cool. And then, of course, there's bound weapons if we wanted to go that way. And skeleton mages. I think we would definitely focus on the skeletons. And then I think... probably these other reanimated ones. Yeah, and then illusion. Yeah, commanding presence and stuff like this. It seems like it's really, really good for this necro build too. Obviously, that's if we go that route. Now we could do... It's gonna be the Berserker / Slayer build. And we would do warrior. And then a focus here would be heavy armor, two-handed. And then even once we go into two-handed, I mean, there's trees for the different weapon types too. So battle axes get like a bleed. Warhammers lower armor rating. Swords reduce attack damage. Oh yeah, the Warhammer sideways power attack is neat. Oh, decimate. That's right, battle axe. So this deals 20% more damage for each enemy within 8 feet. It hits all targets in front of you, and each enemy within 8 feet causes it to deal 20% more damage. So if you just have like a large group of enemies in front of you, it just fucking mows them down. That could be really fun because I think let's see here. Because I think with immersive weapons, yeah, we could get a scythe. A scythe would be fucking. It would be sick. Or a halberd. Those would be neat. Oh yeah, bisect is really good too. Standing power attacks with battle axe deal bonus damage equal to 15% of a target's current health. And then what? Smithing starts at 25, which is cool. Obviously, smithing is just smithing. It's just like, oh, you can create different types of work with different materials. Really not. I don't think this is too much different from vanilla stuff. There's some interesting stuff in the middle here, though, like the dwarven autocannon. You could lay down basically an autocannon that attacks on its own. Sandstone Sheath. When you draw a weapon and dynamically sharpen, granting 25% extra damage for 10 seconds. Huh. That's cool, though. And there's different stuff you can do with dragon souls and stuff, too. Okay. Then we said Redguard. Redguard is gonna be our spell blade, so it's gonna be a combination warrior mage. One-handed is going to be the big thing. This has a lot of the same stuff as the two-handed weapons. Although maces have a lot of interesting things going on. Like smiting undead with maces. Oh yeah, Into Dust sounded cool too. Repeating standing power attacks with a sword against a target do escalating damage if no more than 3 seconds pass between each. Stacks up to 3 times, each doing 15% more damage. So I guess 15%, then 30%, then 45. And then reaching 4 stacks knocks the target off their feet. It's pretty cool. It's neat. Now the only thing is with this, obviously alteration spells are nice, but I'm just wondering, like, because I'm not going to be using... I don't think I'm going to be using a whole lot of those, like, in the middle of a battle, right? It would be more destruction spells. But I don't know, like... Like, we could start with Long Stride. So we can move faster. So we, like, start by moving faster, and then... and then we would get increased damage. For 4 seconds. And like refresh like our our armor and stuff. So I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound crazy, because I also don't necessarily want to be... I don't want to be oh wait, I forgot. Oh, I forgot there's a bunch of stuff that's added. I forgot I have Odin as well. Oh my god, there's actually so many more. There's actually so many more spells. Oh, I forgot I have Odin. Odin and Apocalypse also integrate, so there's no overlap. Because there's stuff like Alarm and Candlelight and stuff from Apocalypse that's also in Odin. But Odin like balances like the vanilla spells as well, so they're better. Yeah, because this stuff is even better. You can't see it on screen right now, but like, Because there's even like web. Creates a barrier of webs on the ground, slowing movement speed and attack speed. Corrosion, target loses 125 points of armor and 15 attack damage. So there's like a lot of stuff here that would be great to cast like mid-fight. Even like doing like a telekinesis or something would be neat. Wait, so I'm curious. Did the Odin spells get integrated? I don't think so. I do not think so. I'll have to double check that. Okay. So yeah, alteration actually seems like super viable with like all the debuffs and stuff you can do on enemies while also wielding single hand on. All right. And then I guess the last one is the brawler build. There's like no way we actually do this one. I don't think. It's just like so niche. I mean, it's funny, but it's so niche. Sneak actually looks really good for all this because of the we can get like more sneak attack damage, which does help some of our unarmed. Obviously we're Khajiit, so we have higher unarmed anyway. The only real issue with this build is that light armor we don't have any proficiency in. So we would be starting pretty low. But there's a whole entire branch that deals with unarmed, which is nice. And obviously, we would be leveling things up pretty evenly as well, due to our deity choice, which is actually pretty solid. Real Thar. This like actually helps a ton. His skills are improved based on favor. Like all skills are improved based on favor, and we get increased unarmed strike damage. So. We would have an easier time leveling it up, basically. Plus we have some nice utility skills with like lockpicking and pickpocketing. Oh man. So at this point, the question is, really, what am I going to settle on? I'm like torn. I'm like 50-50 here on two schools of thought. One is just picking a class, rolling with it, discovering all like the intricacies and the way things work together and stuff. I love that sense of discovery. My other school of thought though is picking a build and just doing some rigorous testing. Give myself various skill points and experience points and stuff. try out, so I can try out like the combinations and see like what works and what's fun and all that. But that would remove a lot of the discovery, which, you know, is a big part of the fun. So I'm a bit torn. I think what I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to do is sleep on it. I'm not going to. I'm going to pick what I think sounds the most fun, and I'm going to just go the discovery route. And I'm just going to commit to it, and we're just going to play with it and see where it takes us. And if for whatever reason I don't like it, then we'll just start over. And we'll do another build, or maybe I'll think of something else. But I don't want to go playing with stuff and like ruining the sense of discovery. So I think I'm going to, because I mean, realistically at this point, I've already done like a bunch of testing and stuff. I don't want to do a whole lot more. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we have the builds that I am going to mull over. We've done plenty of theory crafting and everything. I think this was like a perfect session 0. I'm gonna go through and just like make sure all the mods are playing nicely one more time, make sure all my stuff is properly patched and everything. And I think next time we are gonna actually get started. Next time will be tomorrow. I have I'm like off all the way until Wednesday of next week. So when I get off work tomorrow, I'm gonna have a bunch of days in a row to like sit down and actually play this. So I think that's what we'll do. We got everything kind of planned out. We'll commit to something. We'll start playing tomorrow, and I think we'll play all weekend. It's gonna be fun. I've been wanting to do a modded Skyrim run for a long time, and doing like Starfield and stuff really put the inspiration back in me. So I'm feeling good about it. But I think that is gonna be all for me for today. Sorry it wasn't like any, you know, actual gameplay and stuff, but I just wanted to get through this because this is a lot. I didn't want to just like jump into it and like just like completely freewheel, you know? Like I wanted to have like some sort of structure and guide, you know, just like playing like tabletop, right? Just like have some sort of like structure on like where you want to go and everything. And things will probably change, you know, based on a lot of stuff. I mean, I could end up fucking turning into a goddamn like vampire or something, and then like things will really get thrown for a loop. So it just really depends. But this was a good way to start it. Yeah. All right. Well, that's gonna be all for me today, guys. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll play Skyrim proper. That sounds good. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.